Deneme. Professor Rashmi, you are here? Kerem, oturumu kaydetmeye başlayabilirsin. Evet. Professor Rashmi, Tanzer,
Good afternoon, Professor Ran.
Your guest is here.
Professor Kursat, may I start my presentation?
Yes, okay, you can start. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome all my dear students. Today we are here for the session. Here I am going to present you presentation on artificial intelligence in entrepreneurship. As we were listening since yesterday about the artificial intelligence, and I have focused on artificial intelligence in entrepreneurship. As we know that entrepreneurship has been focused in each and every country, the focus on promotion of entrepreneur activities have been always crucial for economic development of the successful nation. Entrepreneurs are the leaders who innovate and invent ideas that gives stimulus to economic growth activities. In the modern era, we can see that entrepreneurship is a key determinant of sustainable growth. Literature which explain different types of entrepreneur that are dominant in explaining the economic growth. Nowadays, advanced technology and artificial intelligence has entered and touched every phases in our life. So today we are going to discuss related with the artificial intelligence and what is the role of the AI in the business. So the artificial intelligence has entered in our life, and if we are talking related with the entrepreneurship, so we can see that for startup to take advantages of artificial intelligence. Over the past decade, the field of artificial intelligence has made massive leap forward. Today, those advancements are helping business differentiate themselves from the competition. As we have seen a lot of the companies, for example, you see that Netflix and Amazon, it would not be the same without their AI-based recommendation engines. As yesterday also I have shown you the Amazon shopping, how with the help of the artificial intelligence we can do the shopping. There is no need of any manpower. So AI is to improve everything from customer service operations to digital marketing. Until recently, the best AI solutions were only accessible to big, well-funded corporations. When we talk about the AI, then we can say that now that no longer the case, as AI has gone mainstream, it has filtered down into the countless product and services which are accessible to small businesses, and it can be a game changer for those who take advantages of it. And if we talk about the startup which they are taking the advantages of the AI, since last year when the pandemic has been started, then most of the businesses has been diverted into the digital area, and they are using the artificial intelligence. So we can see that here they are using and they are helping them. AI can help startup deliver a top-notch customer experience. When we talk about that, then there we will see that it is providing the facility to the customer. Startup can stand out by offering exceptional customer service. However, it takes resources to offer high quality supports. Today, AI solution can offer a cost-effective solution to offer great support through chatbot and other customer-facing services options. Moreover, customers are more and more expecting of such solutions. If we do the survey, we can see that approximately 50% of the users are opening to talking to chatbots when initially engaged with a brand. When we open any brand company or when we open any website, then we see that a lot of the companies are using chatbot, and through that they are giving the answers to the customer. So the AI is helping and in the startup to deliver their message by the chatbot and other area. We can see here that when we use like this, then it will be counted in the great services. Customers are happy, they are getting a high quality, and they are satisfied by that services. We can see that our AI allow businesses to do more with less. You can see in this picture that the consumer expects faster consumer services than easier to obtain, and we can see that by the use of the AI, the services has been increased and it is delivering their message very well, and they give their information to them speedily. So this has been given to them by the help of the AI. Now, when we are using the artificial intelligence, it helps small companies and large enterprises business in saving costs by automating certain process that waste values resources such as time, money, and labor. Now, as earlier when we were not using the artificial intelligence, that time we have to do that work by the manpower, and when the manpower do that work, that take a time to complete the task, and it take, and they have to spend money also for that. So to consume the time and money and labor, artificial intelligence has entered in the business, and the enterprises are saving their cost, because it is a very important for the company when they are using some new criteria they want to save the money. So here I have shown you 5 ways to save the money with the AI when the company is using AI. Number 1, it will be a bill shock prevention. Number 2, detection of charging and bill uses. Number 3, AI control decks. It is related with the root cause analysis. It control the desk with intelligent KPI and KQI, thresholding, reconciliation, automation with the artificial intelligence. So by these, they save the money, and by the use of the AI, company can save their money, time, and their human beings labor. Next, we see when the AI powered marketing tools deliver, when we are using the tools of the artificial intelligence in the marketing automation in the businesses, then what is going to be happen. The data is a key to reach the identify potential customer in an every evolving communications landscape, and AI tools can be indispensable to help startup to do this. For example, if we see that IBM Watson personality insight platform, it can scan a startup's social channels along with its competition to create detailed target customer personality profile. Those profile can help the startup with the communicate with the potential customers in a way they are most likely to respond it. They can also help to identify the influencer or a member of customers or a group who might make effective message partner to a targeting marketing companies and for the campaigning. So companies like trade decks use AI that allow to target a specific audience, and the technology analyze over approximately 11 million advertising promotions and opportunities which is given to the businesses to find and to advertise to their target audience. So basically the AI is going to be powered to the marketing, and AI gives computer human-like intelligence that today at an advanced level. AI powered marketing mean adding existing marketing strategy and such prowess through AI marketing tools or software. As you have listened about the digital marketing, and nowadays the digitalization has been in the boom, and most of the company has been transferred from traditional to digital marketing. So when we talk about the AI power marketing tools, then we can say that it can be run by the scientific manner. They can self-learn and adopt. AI self-learn through a cognitive branch. We know that it is related with the machine learning, just about absolutely anything. The same way, AI-powered marketing tools self-learn the discipline of marketing and gathering inputs on how a campaigning or its subsets perform. AI marketing use artificial intelligence technology. You can see here that how we are using, and it is working through the computerization. So these automation has been changed from traditional to new technology, and this artificial intelligence technology to make automated decisions which is based on the data collections, data analysis, and additional observation of audience or economic trends that may impact marketing efforts. If we see on the AI, which has been used in marketing efforts, where speed is essential, and tools which has been used in the data and customer profile to learn how to the best communicate and data analysis customers. They are tailored message to the right time without intervention for marketing team and ensuring the maximum efficiency. So if we go in the AI marketing, what are the include there? It is data analysis, natural language processing, media buying, and automated decision making and content generation. These all are used as a tool in the marketing, and then the actions has been taken by the standardization, by the personalization, by the relationalization, and it go in the marketing research when the data collection has been done, analysis has been done, and understanding the customer feelings. So the strategy has been made by them with the segmentation, targeting, and positioning. As we study in the marketing also, that to make the marketing strategy, we need the segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Same thing here also, when we are using AI in the business, in the entrepreneurship, that time when we are preparing the marketing strategy, that time what will be our segmentation? That will be a mechanical segmentation. So only the only there has been name has been changed, and when we are using the segmentation, the artificial intelligence has been done through this method. When we are going in the targeting, then it has been found that it will be go in the thinking AI. Positioning field is related with the feeling, and through the artificial intelligence, this can be understood by them. Now we are saying about that artificial intelligence is reshaping. So when we are using the AI in the business, as earlier, the businesses are going through the traditional way, but now what is going on? When the artificial intelligence has entered, then it is changing the way, and it is reshaping. This chart shows that how the businesses are reshaping through the use of the AI. All thing has been done by the technology, and when we use the technology, that time we have to reshape the manners, and through that it work on that. So we can see that AI is focusing on that, and it is working on the reshaping in the businesses, and through that the business is going to be on the boom, and it is helping the business to come up. AI can produce valuable market intelligence. When we talk about this, then it is going to be built the business. Now see here, if in 2017 the business ratio was 2.57, but slowly when we see the businesses has been increased, and day by day the advanced technology has been involved in the businesses, the trend of the business has been changed, and the target of that is in 2021 mostly the people are involved with the technology, mostly the businesses are going to be diverted in the technology. They are transferring from traditional to a digitalization and using the artificial intelligence. Now in 2021 the graph is this, but see, the task is up to 2030 the artificial intelligence will be grow in this manner. And here is the mention that since 27 to 2028 there will be a billion of who will be involved in the artificial intelligence. So AI powered recommendation system which can help your business. How? It improve outcomes and boost revenues, improve customer experience and encourage user to return to your website. It store browsing histories and generate value data for further marketing campaigning and to achieve higher visitor retention and greater sales. So basically they have to produce a valuable market. AI is making people better for their job in a 3-way. Number 1, automation of the task that can help a person to perform their job more effectively. When we talk about the AI, and we can say that AI is not only to remove the human being, as we were discussing since previous lectures, that AI is for the support of the human being. If we are learning AI and if we are entering the AI in the business, it means that they are supporting and they are increasing the efficiency of the persons. They are helping the person to perform their job more effectively. The ability to generate insights from large amounts of data, the ability to enable interaction with technology by natural language and conversation. In any competitive market, startup must contain content with long established rivals and other upstarts in the fight for the market share. Therefore, it is critical to track competition to see where opportunities are. If we go in the marketing research in the industry, we can see that AI is helping to the people for a good performance for their job. They are helping in the technology, in the automation, insight generation, natural language conversation, and the services that the market is continuously increasing rather than declining. Even the specific time, labor, money are also saved by the use of the artificial intelligence. As I have explained you in the previous slide, that how the use of the AI save the cost. AI solutions are producing insights in seconds that used to take team of people day or even weeks to produce. Early adopters are seeing financial benefits already. If you are using the AI in the business, if the company is using the AI in the business, so behind of that, their interest is to get a financial benefit. And in the advantages of the AI, if we see that when we are using the AI, then what will be the advantages? So it says that marketing research is the insight time which involve in creating an overview of the customer's need. It is fulfilling the requirement of the customers, and AI is to understand the comprehensive all the data available by social media. You can collect from there people movement, behavior that can be observed by the social media, by the digitalization. So this is going to be improve, and this is going to give a benefit to the customers. Now, when we talk about the AI can improve a talent and acquisition of the retentions, because when we have entered the AI in the business, in the entrepreneurship, then it will be see that in each and every sector how the AI is benefit for the company, because a company is there to get a benefit for any software when we are adopting to that. So when the company has adopted AI in their organization, first of all they see that what will be the effect on their marketing, what will be the effect on their cost, what will be the effect on the human being, and then how it will help in the marketing research, which I have told you earlier that marketing has been done through the AI, then the saving costing has been done through the AI. Now in the talent acquisition and retention, we can see that AI helps to the HR to guide or finding the best talent. Now finding the best talent, you can see in this picture that in each and every country, when the company is going to be hire someone, they want to shortlist the person. So this is the big process for the company. When this work has been done by the manpower, then it takes too much time to scrutinize the resume which they have received from the audience. Here they help to the HR that those have a talented, those are talented person, though to select them, it help to select the best talented persons. And if we see it, what it do, the definition which guide in the AI in the employee engagement, it help to the HR to measure employee sentiment, drive engagement by chatbot, and improve personalization. And through the help of the AI, the ability to establish what a successful employee in a specific position has done and look for candidates with background that match up for the those workers, because the average startup would not have HR department on day one. When the startup has been done, as you have learned in the entrepreneurship, that startup means that you have started your business. It can be small, it can be a huge business, but in the small business, when you are going to start with the small amount, then you don't have a HR department separately in one day, but you have to increase your team. So to increase your team, to find the talented person, if you are a single-handed person, then it is very hard task. And through that, when you are using the AI, that time it will be help you very smartly, and you can get a good person for your company. So with the help of the AI, startup can increase their odds of identification, attracting the best talent in their field. Even there are dozens of AI-enabled HR and recruiting platforms available for a startup to help to identify the right hire among a large pool. So if a startup, those person has started their business and they need a team, they can get the persons, they can hire the person through the use of the AI tool, which helps to detect employees and risk employee or a productive. Your developer are able to build a highly functions company. So by the help of the AI, you can detect a good person, you can select a right person for your company who is talented. AI can also help to predict employee success through the help of AI, which will bring the right person on board, is a major part of a long-term business success. and employees are your company's most assets. When you have got a job in any company, for the company, employees are a big assets, because employee is going to work for their company day and night. So by the help of the AI, when you are going to select the person for your select or hire the person for your company, so it will give you a right person for the right work, talent acquisition strategy in place, will give you the foundation for ongoing success. So when we talk about the AI has the ability to establish a successful employee in a specific position, which has been done by a AI, which look candidates with background that match up with those workers. It can be identify certain qualification, education, and by the history, by their work experience. These all have been calculated by the AI. If physically we want to select some person, then also we check their biodata, we check their qualification, we check their experience, we check their other works which has been done. But by the use of the AI, it is easy to check everything, and the company can select a right person at the right time. So artificial intelligence is important, and it can improve to select the person at the right time. Today, AI is more accessible than ever. Applications are in the business which are improving the product through the internet. Now, when we talk about the startup, here I'm going to show you 6 incredible reasons why you should consider AI for your startup business. Because when we are doing startup and we are talking about the artificial intelligence, so the question comes in our mind that what is the reason? Why should I consider artificial intelligence in my startup? What are the benefits when company will use the AI? So here I can say that gone are the days when businesses would compare between the pro and cons of the artificial intelligence implementation. Now, the use of the AI services is pretty evident among most of the business persons. You cannot think of a brand that does not utilize these smart services, from intelligent chatbot, server, consumer, and digital channel, or you can say that automated data analytic, which can be recommends tailored content and product to user based on previous interest and transactions. So when we are using the AI, you are not sure why AI implementation is so important for your business. So here we are going to explain the 6 ways to company, those who are starting their business, and where the artificial will be help you. Number 1, it will be help you in the decision making, because as we know, and in the entrepreneurship, when we are going to start any kind of business, first of all, this is a very important part to take a decision. Without taking any decision, if you start your business, then what will be happen? As we study in the principle of management also, that there are the 5 functions which we have to do, and if we are planning to start up, that time we have to do a planning, we have to make a model. See, is this chart I have shown you that when you have planned something, when you are thinking about the business that you have to start up and you have to use the artificial intelligence, you can see here that first of all is the process of the learning, where the data has been collected and the prior information has been there, and by that you are going to make a model by the learning and by the prior information. Through artificial intelligence, there is a prediction, and you have to create a models, and you have to do the interventions, and these all things has been done. Then the next steps comes in the reasoning, and when the reasoning has been done, when after learning prior history, whatever is there, both the combination, you can make a model, and you can concentrate and do the reasoning and come on the causal model. And anybody has preference you, then it will be go in the planning, and last step is come on the decision and the action. So artificial intelligence bring businesses clearly insights into their targeted demography, which help them to make better decisions. So this is a very important to take a decision. Artificial intelligence helps to take a decision in your business. Most of the businesses receive huge amount of data every day as they analyze their market and consumers, and good business would be able to get all the data it's collect from the resources. It is very important to surviving today's marketplace. Why it is very important to surviving? Because the data are available there, all the information, because artificial intelligence collect the data from the internet, and this history gives you lot of information to take the decision. AI give you the ability to translate the data you receive daily so that you can get a better understanding of your customers and manage to keep up with the trend. This is why it is important to establish advanced business process that implement artificial intelligence technology. It is to improve your operation decision making and staying up to date with the latest consumer demand, because it has help you to take the proper decision at the right time. If we talk about the AI in the previous experience, we can say that there is a rapid growth with the potential of profound impact on the economic and society at large. It helps the human being to take a decision what already has been prepared. So this chart is help you to prepare the decision action, to take the decision action. When we talk about the data mining is what? Data science and data mining. Data science is related with the qualitative analysis, unstructured data, and multidisciplinary and data product. When we talk about the data mining, there is a attracting data, discovering modern pattern, and developing predictive models. So data mining is one of the best use of artificial intelligence, and it is just enough for the people to talking about how powerful this technology is, how it can be when used data mining in the field, because artificial intelligence app and software can now provide users with the valuable findings. Just by processing the obtained data from their personal digital interactions and activities. By the data mining, you can see that it is the most useful when it used in marketing sector or in the business implement these technologies to tailor their product visibility and target certain customer category. It gives corporations special advantages in the marketplace, and which will be help to the product to making them a brand. So by these, the business can be get a brand in their company. Now when we talk about the AI, which we are going to enter in our business, we have seen that the AI help us to taking a decision. It help us to make a data mining. It help us to make a brand of our product. It also improve business and customer interaction. Earlier also I have explained you that how with the help of the artificial intelligence businesses are saving their money, businesses are doing their marketing, businesses are doing increasing their sale, and with the interaction with the chatbot. As we know about this, that the chatbot is for the doubt clear on the website. The customer service process can be enhanced by the implementing of AI solution. Businesses use custom artificial intelligence development service to scale their customer connection, because these services are not limited to a certain number, like physical customer service provided by human employees. And if we talk about that how it will be a great implementation, so when it comes to provide about a customer with a real time, it updates and communicates. Consumers are always looking for a personalized experience with a possible through the integration of artificial intelligence software and data analyticals that help the business create more customer focus. So the earlier also it is an experience that when we see the chatbot in any website and we want information, we write the message and we get the answers from the chatbot. So this chatbot helps the customer for the deliver of the services about the company. What informations you want, you can get from there. Next, it is helpful in the data security. Data security is a very important nowadays when artificial intelligence has working with the companies. So its role is in the cyber security. We are once the internet system has been started, digitalization has been started, we all are working online, we all are doing our transaction transfer through online. Lot of the data has been kept in the cloud. It is very important data. So to secure it, artificial intelligence is very important. You can see here in the cyber security, it is what artificial intelligence do. AI can detect very fastly. It can be detect all the information what has been work done in the network security. With the help of the network security, the detection will be faster. Now we talk about the secure authentication, then it also be detected by the artificial intelligence, and it prevent the frauds which has been going through the online and other behavior analytical. So we can say that AI is very useful in banking services as it provides the financial sector with the advanced security which can detect fraud attempts and notify business owner every time hackers try to access protected or a personal data. So now we are seeing that the companies can exploit services like machine learning, data processing, automation, natural language comprehensive. These services can also help in detecting unauthorized accesses attempt before any data leak, which can take place and they can save the company monies. So it helps for secure of banking services and financial sector. Now, how the human and machine cooperation, because since we are talking about the artificial intelligence, there is such kind of things are in our mind that if this AI is working, then most probably people think that there will be no need of the human being. So here we are going to explain that how both are related with each other and how the both can do the work, intelligence and corporation. As we know that AI is a better used to replace or drive lower level tasks that are repetitive of the take time. So when we see that the cooperation of the AI and machine learning, so we can say that it is not created for the purpose of replacing human capability. If any artificial intelligence technology work best with implementation of the human efforts, as in earlier also I have said this, that yesterday also I have explained this, that AI has been prepared by the human being, because whatever is going through the AI means everything has been done by the manpower. As we have listened about the robots, and already there is a human robot which has been came in the market, and that robot we have listened about the robot professor in previous year, and in India also the robot professor, the name was Sophia. It has been came in 2016, which has been launched in India in Hyderabad in one conference. So what the Sophia do? Sophia comes as like us, and it talk like us. Whatever you are doing, the question answers, it give your answers. Even the Sophia go to the classroom and take the lecture. Now, if the Sophia is going to take the lecture, so there is no need of professor, but this is not a right, because Sophia will give the lecture on that topic which the professor has feed in his memory, and he will do that. So what to explain here, that the human and machine both are dependent on each other. Machine cannot be work without the human being. So if we are using this artificial intelligence, so we have to think that who have created this technology has also been created by the human being, but this is an advanced technology and we are using. If we say that the car is coming without the driverless car is there, who has created this driverless car? A human has created this driverless car. The function has been set up in that car. When you want to go somewhere, you will go inside and you will feed that I want to go there. You fit there, and then the mapping can be used, and this in artificial intelligence work on that, and the car will be run. As I have shown you yesterday, Amazon shopping. Today also I will show you here. In that also, what is that? App has been created. The app can be scanned, and then you enter in the shop, and whatever shopping you are doing, everywhere is connected with the AI, and it is helping to each other. So AI has been hold by many benefits to the business field, and is no longer a technology option that business owner can wait out to pro and cons or before implementing the services. It helps the company only for a safe time, money, and streamlining time consumptions and to manual tasks that would normally require outsourcing employees to finish it. It also helped the data security and help to detecting unauthorized access attempts, which could lead to data leak that cause business huge fine. Means that it is helping the company to save time, money, and labor. Again, I will show you the shopping of Amazon, which the AIE has been done.
4 years ago, we started to wonder, what would shopping look like if you could walk into a store, grab what you want, and just go? What if we could weave the most advanced machine, computer vision, and AI into the very fabric of a store, so you never have to wait in line? No lines, no checkouts, no registers. Welcome to Amazon Go. Use the Amazon Go app to enter. Then put away your phone and start shopping. It's really that simple. Take whatever you like. Anything you pick up is automatically added to your virtual cart. If you change your mind about that cupcake, just put it back. Our technology will update your virtual cart automatically. So how does it work? We used computer vision, deep learning algorithms, and sensor fusion, much like you'd find in self-driving cars. We call it Just Walk Out technology. Once you've got everything you want, you can just go. When you leave, our Just Walk Out technology adds up your virtual cart and charges your Amazon account. Your receipt is sent straight to the app, and you can keep going. Amazon Go. No lines, no checkout. No, seriously.
So you can understand that how the artificial intelligence has entered in the business, and it is working on that. And through the use of the AI, the future is changing and into the digital marketing. And since last year, in the pandemic situation, most of the businesses has been transferred from traditional market to internet marketing. Now the digital marketing is also changing the future. AI is changing the future of digital marketing. It is not so much about what new development are happen, but also what new trend are likely to emerge over the next few years. If we talk about the AI and the future of the digital marketing, we can say that AI goes a long way in comprehending consumer choice and keeping a brand ahead of its competitor. In the world of digital marketing, AI-powered platform lead algorithms to help businesses understand the real-time needs of their customers and even create to the content. So AI is changing the future of digital marketing. It is not so much about what new development are happening, but also what new trends are likely to emerge over the next few years. The power of AI allow existing new opportunities to take hold in the digital marketing space, but it does not stop there. So many other techniques, tactics, productivities, boost exists under the AI wing, and artificial intelligence is an growing industry, and businessmen need to keep up if they want to make a work for a bright future. So when we talk about the AI and the future digital marketing, you can see that how slowly it has been grown. Earlier it was self-acquisition. That time it was a 20%. Then it has been converted into the corporate place. Then it has been converted into the 28% to 38%. And there was a merge involvement. Then it has become a 46%. Now the customer acquisition is 54%, and it increased from 55% to 59%. So we can say that with the help of the digitalization, the businesses are changing. The AI is an engineered science that stands for artificial intelligence. Itself, it represents the emerging market and digital revolution that it has already brought to the world. It has immense potential to influence the global economy. So we can say that AI is changing the face of the marketing. AI is the future of the digital marketing. It is shaping digital marketing. AI tool will change the digital marketing. Even the benefit of the AI to make a change for good. So how the AI is shaping the digital marketing? Nowadays you have seen lot of the marketing has been done in the social media. We see ads are coming on the social media through the Facebook, YouTube, even Instagram and Skype and rest. We are a lot of the companies are doing their marketing through WhatsApp also. But when AI has been entered, then it is changing the shape of the digital marketing. And artificial intelligence, which lead to more advanced business strategy. Here are the some facts which is going to be changed. Approximately 61% of the market say artificial intelligence is most important aspects of their data strategy. 80% businessmen say that is the tech leader, which is AI related with the boost productivity. But the current AI technology that can boost business productivity by up to 40% to 97%, and on the mobile using AI power. And earlier it has been used 83% adopter and sustainability 30% and moderate 53% economic benefit. But as AI is becoming more accessible, agencies are now able to use the analyze data to predict trend, to enhance the quality of their brand. As a result, the way a brand conduct digital marketing in changing dramatically. If we see in a few years ago, the marketing world moved away from its traditional model to digital one, leading to a more advanced marketing strategy. The core of the previous marketing model was the target to consumer based on the behavior. Nowadays, the customer behavior has been changed, and customers are also interested to get information through the digitalization. So this is the applications of artificial intelligence which has been used in the marketing. To reach it, the machine learning and propensity model AI applications which has been interacted to the customers, and the value has been increased. Another, it act on then conversation is there, then engagements is there. So we can see through this graph that how the customer demand of the generation of the purchase intent has been changing. The first customer is moving to purchase and then repeat the customer, royal the customer, receive the customer, etc. Smart content are there which is used in the artificial intelligence, and it is giving the benefits to the customer. And through the powerful marketing tool, it is for sure. What does it entail? In short, AI help companies to address one of the most critical challenge of the business today, consumer acquisition. From the planning stage, if we see that the conversation and the customer loyalty phase, AI play a critical role in success of any marketing campaigning, and a result, organizations that fully leverage AI will gain an advantage over their competitors. The fact that the industry is undergoing such a huge change is likely to become an increasing frequent point of discussion. And if we see earlier, I have shown you the Amazon buy with the Amazon features. Of course, Alexa, the voice assistants for who has been integrated into the home over the world. So these all things has been changed by the digital marketing. The tools are there which is changing the future of the marketing. We can see here that these are the tools. By this help, we use the AI in the business. So with the help of this tool, the businesses has been transferred from traditional to online. The business benefits are here, which is changing for good. Here is the survey of the 250 executives who were familiar with their companies, use the cognitive technology to learn about their goals for AI initiatives. More than half said their primary goal was to make existing products better, but reducing headcount was mentioned by only a 22%. Now you can see here that enhance the feature, function, and performance of the product. The percentage was 51, but optimize internal business operation, then it reduced from 51% to 36%. When it comes free up worker to more creative automatic tasks, that time the percentage was same, but to make better decisions, then again the percentage fall to create new product, optimizing external process like marketing and sales, pursue new markets, captures and apply skills, knowledge where needed, and at last it reduced the head of the count of the through automation. So the bottom line is AI can save small business money and increase profitability. With the AI technology, marketers can spot trends and predict them for the future. They can make decisions based on these facts, how to allocate their budgets and who they should target. Brands can reduce spend on digital advertising, waste and spend their time on high value work. By applying of AI, businesses can produce smarter, more targeted advertisement as well, by making AI a core part of the agencies of the digital marketing strategy, which can increase the sale and also save the money in the process. If we talk on the large scale, AI is positions to have a positive effect on sustainability. In the sustainability, scalability, and global trend, it will have an impact on city, government, issues, and politics. When we use the right way, it can help the world in the better. So here I'm showing you how the AI is changing the future of digital marketing. It brings clarity, leverage of IoTs, turns to autonomous marketing, recognize your tone and voice, and natural conversation. When we talk about the bring clarity, everyone wondered why brand does not advertise. According to the recent survey, approximately 75% of the marketing respondents says brand does not understand their consumer base. That is why the 66% marketers say they want brands to make more investment in building customer awareness and relationships. Now we can give the thanks to AI-based voice assistance, technology of the IoT. It can set reminders and alerts and get clear and accurate answer when it matters, because to making the brand making the product in the brand earlier was very difficult, but now it is not difficult. With the help of the AI, the company can make their product in the brand with the help of AI. When we talk about the leverage of the IoT, AI and IoT in enterprises management, it works as a smart industry. And another reason is that it is changing the future of digital marketing, which is giving the advantages of the power of IoT and connected device. When all need is in our phone and it works from anywhere, everything is available on our mobile and we can work it anywhere. It is a major upgrade from past to present. In fact, there is no longer of the sign in our corporate email account to see. We can ask for our opinion. If someone on Twitter or Facebook asks for your opinion, all you have to do is test them and the information will come straight to your phone. As long as you have a high-speed internet connection, you can receive the answer instantly. Earlier, we want to send a message, that time they take time, but now through the internet, through the use of the tutor, we can spread our message immediately. When we go in the terms of the autonomous marketing, despite its disruptive nature, AI is still learning and will continue to improve. In fact, not only it will become more smart, but it will also take the place of the human. As in the starting also we were saying that how it is taking the place of the human, and I have told about the Sophia professor who is taking the place of the teacher. So it may be no longer need to market yourself or your business, because your AI assistant like Amazon Echo, Apple, Siri can do it for you. You can do more than just walk to your device and read it voice activity message. As time progresses, your AI will be able to function more and more for making purchase to booking flights. Your device will make the necessary recommendation and even manage your financial. You have seen, even you are doing in another way also, not in the business, but in other part also you are using like this, and your mobile is working for you. Recognition of your tone and voice, as you know very well, all you are using this in your mobile. These apps are already in your mobile, and it is changing the future of digital marketing. It's now much easier to search the people online and connect with them. We want to search up people, we search through the Google, and same company like Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, they have made possible to identify your voice even if you don't take the time to learn how to use it. Today what is going on, all you have to do to say Google or say hi Siri and search will be recognize it and run, and you can read the task and show your information. So this AI technology is using technology platform to giving you a better experience. At last, what is the natural conversation? A year ago, when voice assistants were still in their infancy, the device may have been able to recognize your voice and respond, but it could not have personalized a response to you. Mean that why brands can anticipate your actions based on your previous search, your time spent on website, your location. When you mention your favorite brand, the device will do the better job searching in that. So AI is helping you each and every sector. So at last, I would like to say you that artificial intelligence is working and it is helping in each and various sector, and in the businesses AI is helping, in the marketing AI is helping. So not to worry with the AI, because AI has been functioned by us. So this is the role of the AI in the entrepreneurship, and now mostly the startups are using the AI in their businesses in the small amounts. Thank you very much. If anybody have a question related with, they can ask me. Otherwise, you can message me in the group also. I will be available there. Thank you very much. Professor Yogesh Chabra is also here.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I share my screen now? Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor for me to be a part of this wonderful summer school conference or session. So in today's presentation, I will talk about the technology of present and futures. That is, in fact, I will talk about two technologies. One is nanotechnology and one is artificial intelligence. So this is the agenda of the today's presentation. Introduction to nanotechnology in today's life, advantage of nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, then nanotechnology and artificial intelligence, and future of nanotechnology and artificial intelligence. So as we hear about the word nano, if we are in India, so if we hear about the word nano, the immediate thought comes in our mind is the nano car, because a very popular car is available in India. The name of that car is nano car, a small family car. But here we are not going to talk about the car, but small particles. These particles are so small but very powerful. Powerful means that these particles have impacted our daily lives and will going to impact our lives in future also. So word is getting smaller, so let's talk about nanotechnology and application of nanotechnology in AI. What is nanotechnology? Nanotechnology is actually a big small thing. Particles are small, but the impact is big. We live on a scale of meters and kilometers, so it is quite hard for us to, you can say, imagine a world that is too small to see. Nanotechnology involves shrinking things down to a whole new level. Nano means billions. So a nanometer is 1 billionth of meter. That is 1 billion times smaller than the world of meter we live in. Here we are talking about the atomic level. So in coming years, nanotechnology will leave virtually no aspect of life untouched. So it helps us to understand why things happen by studying them at smallest possible scale. Once we understand nanoscience, we can do some nanotechnology. We can put this science into action to solve our problems, and that the word technology means. If we go by definition, nanotechnology is the art and science of manipulating matter at nanoscale. So nano, what is nanoparticle? A particle in the range of 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer is called nanoparticle. So on the screen you can see that there is a written word IBM. So the IBM is spelled out in individual atoms. The atoms are manipulated, and this is written by IBM scientists using scanning tunneling microscopes to move single xenon atom across a surface and precisely positioning them one at a time to form the letter IBM. The distance between these two atoms, between the atom in the pattern, is about 15th billionth of the inch. So you can imagine that how wonderful is this technology. So as we said that the nanometer is 1 billionth of the meter. So just to imagine the things, because it is too small, we have to just imagine the things. So here you can see that a piece of paper that is 1 lakh nanometer thick. Human it is about 80,000 nanometer thick. DNA is about, you can say, 2.5 nanometer diameter. Gold atom is 0.3 nanometer diameter. So a football is 10 to 8 nanometer smaller than the Earth. And 1 nanometer is again 10 raised to the power 8 meter times smaller than the football. So here again you can see the comparison. This is, you can say, 1 nano size particle, and this is a football, and this is our Earth. So these are 10 raised to power 8 times smaller, and again this particle is 10 raised to power 8 times smaller than football. So just we can imagine that how small is the particle. So this is again some comparison for different, so that we can understand the size, because this is too small, because we are living in the world that deals with meters and kilometers, miles. So just to understand, these are there's a human, mouse, fly, genate, plant, animal cell, bacteria, virus ranges from 100 nanometer, 80 nanometer, 90 nanometer, from 10 nanometer to 100 nanometer, DNA, and this is the atom. Again, this is just a comparison. You can see here different type of particles are there, and their sizes are there. So here you can see that this nerve chip is 3 millimeter, and quantum coral is 14 nanometer, 5 to 20 nanometers and nano shells. Biomotor is 10 nanometer. Atomic handwriting that I had showed you, that IBM is written there. So here it is 2 nanometer. So why scientists or the world is so crazy about the nanotechnology? Why the technology is so useful, this nanotechnology is so useful? The world population is about approximately 700 million. So major problem that we are going to face will be food, environment, and energy in the coming days. So nanotechnology is the technology that will be giving you the solution to these big problems. It can be, it may be, it will be a small solution to these big problems. Now I want to show you some data in which you will, which will give you some idea that how important is this nanotechnology. So this is the amount of investment that you can say in billion US dollar per year that is increasing. So different industry sectors are there. This tool is there, then aerospace, then chemicals, then pharmaceuticals, then electronics, then materials. So the investment is keep on increasing day by day. and companies are more and more investing in this area of the nanotechnology. So here again, you can see the number of products using nanotech is increasing year by year. We can also see the steady growth in the market size. Here the number of products you can see that from 8 to 15, this we keep on increasing, and this is the investment size is also, market size is also increasing year on year basis. This shows that yes, we should care about the nanotechnology, and it is going to impact our daily life in many ways. So just to see that the application of the nanotechnology. So nanotechnology has application almost in all the sectors, whether it is food, whether it is energy, medicine, textile, cosmetics, biotech, defense, optics, computers, electronics. So nanotechnology has a major impact on electronic sector. If we talk about the electronics and computers, here you can see that transistors and diodes are electronic component and are used in all electronic gadgets like our smartphone, laptop, tabs. These are the hardware part of our system. All these gadgets has a chip inside, and that chip contains millions of electronic components. Till now, you will be surprised, till now the size of these components has shrunk to 5 nanometer. And by 2025, it will be 1 nanometer. And that will be quite amazing. OLED, you can see this is a nano transistor, nano diodes are there. This is the OLED, that is organic light emitting diode. OLED is another major discovery in the electronics. We have seen that few companies have already launched and going to launch the foldable mobile. We have already seen Samsung and other major giants in the electronic fields have already launched their foldable mobile phone, and screen of that phone is made of OLED. In the coming year, we will see the LED TV which you can fold, and it will fit in your bag or suitcase. So this is the major breakthrough of the technology. As we can see that the demand of energy is increasing day by day in the world. Our fossil fuels cannot meet that demand. With the help of this technology, we will be able to get required clean and green energy. So again, we will see that the size of the batteries is going to reduce in the coming years. So solar cell will reduce considerably. Nanotechnological products, process and applications are expected to contribute significantly to environment and climate protection. So this could make our battery recycle economically attractive. Many batteries still contain heavy metal, which can contaminate the environment and pose a potential threat to human health. So this technology will definitely help us to reduce the size of the battery, and also to consume the, you can say, make our environment and atmosphere a healthy one. Then another major application you can say in this nanotechnology is life sciences, you can say the medical. So this technology will provide new option for drug delivery, drug therapies. Nanorobot will be injected in the body with drug carrier. These robots, this is a technology you can say we will see in the future. We have already seen this type of technology in the science fiction movies, but these fiction movies, once they are going to be reality in the near future. So these robots enable drugs to be delivered to precisely the right location in the body and release the drug dose that kills the tumor and will not affect the healthy cell. So nanobots can clear the blockage in the arteries. So painful surgeries will be replaced by nanoparticles that will be put in your eyes as an eye drop. People will get relief from these painful surgeries. The creation of liquid artificial retina implant has great potential to ensure wide field vision and high resolution vision. Once injected into the retina, these nanoparticles form small aggregate, the size of which is comparable to the neurons that effectively behave like photoreceptors. This type of research is already going in different part of the world. So nanotechnology in the cancer, it is a major breakthrough that I have already told you, that nanobots will be entered in the body, and they will only kill the cancerous cell, not the good cells. So this is going to be the major breakthrough in the near future. So as we all know, one major breakthrough, that is the nanotechnology in computers. In 70s, computer used to fill the entire building, and now it fits on your wrist. The size of this is why this happened, because the size of the hardware or the microprocessor are reduced to greater extent. As I already told in the previous slide, that the size of the component has reduced to 5 nanometer, and in the coming future up to 2025, the companies are planning to reduce these size to 1 nanometer. So you can imagine that the gadgets we are using right now is going to be more smaller. The hardware is going to be more smaller. So here you can see that in the size of the hard drive is in 1980, and this is just a comparison. In 1990, this is the size of the hard disk, and now you can say that this is one pen drive contains 128 GB of data. So this is the comparison of the hard disk, or you can say that this is why this happened, because there is a reduction, main reduction in the size of the chip, or you can say the hardware. So in near future, we will see that using the nanotechnology, 1000 GB, that is 1 terabyte of memory, can fit on the simple head of this pin. So this is going to happen in the near future. So nanotechnology is also implicated in the food industry for the past decades to improve quality, taste and texture of the food, and to prevent them from pathogen infestations. It is employed to increase the shelf life and to improve the storage of the food materials. Nano carriers are used to delivery systems for food additives without disturbing the basic morphology of the foods. So nano sensor have been deployed for the apprehension of the contaminants, pathogens and toxic material in the food. So nano-based food packaging is also very popular these days, and advantages over the traditional packaging methods. So these are some products we are already using already in the market. So here are some everyday product, you can say. Study reveals that when compared with like sunscreen is there. So traditional sunscreen, the sunscreen with nanoparticle gives better protection and is transparent also. So the sport industries also deals with the smallest things across the globe. There has been a benefit of reducing the equipment weight and amplifying its efficiency. Equipment such as tennis, badminton rackets, racing bicycles, golf balls, baseballs, hockey sticks, and so on. These are the few of the sports equipment that enhances their performance with the advent of this technology in the sports industry. So this has the, you can say, application in the furniture also, making the surface clean by using the technology called self-cleaning. You must have seen these type ads are coming in the newspaper and internet media that the furniture and the cars are coming, or clothing is also coming, in which they are dust free. So the dust does not settle on these products. So why this happens? This is all due to the some nanoparticles are inserted on this surface. Being more durable and adjustable, some mechanical properties, making the surface antibacterial. So these days we can see that these type of products are available in the market. In the cosmetic industry, the particles are present, nanoparticles are present in, we are already using these products in shampoo, conditioner, toothpaste, some you can say anti-wrinkle creams, sunscreen, deodorant, soaps, perfumes, nail polish, and many more. So major component is zinc oxide and titanium oxide particles have been widely used for many years as ultraviolet filters. So these are transparent, less smelly, less greasy, and more absorbable by the skin. So company like Body Shop, L'Oreal, Nivea, Unilever are already using these products. This has already, nanotechnology is also using in the automobile. The automobile industry, you can say that nanotechnology make it automobile lighter and stronger. The fuel consumption will be better and increase safety, improve engine performance, and fuel cell power car will reduce the environment impact. Tires are one of the early application of nanostructured material in automobiles. Carbon black was the first nanomaterial used in the automotive industry in the tires as pigment and reinforcing agent. So vehicle weight reduction is a key part for the car manufacturers to improve the fuel economy. So nano coating on car will make it dust free and scratch resistance. Coating on the windscreen will improve the night vision. This will be better than the conventional products and adds durability to these segments. So these are the segment wise, you can say sector wise, we are using the nanotechnology, and here are the some you can say advantages. With the nanotechnology, we can create unique materials that are, the products are stronger, lighter, cheaper, durable, and precise. So computers can also become 1 billion times faster and 1 million times smaller. And nanotechnology based dirt and water resistance coating to reduce cleaning efforts, novel insulation material to improve the energy efficiency of building. So nano material can replace environment problematic chemicals in certain fields of application. So that already in the previous slide I have shown you that it is a major impact on medical line, end of deadly disease like cancer and heart disease. Nanobots will help in killing the tumor cell and opening the blockage in the artery. So I'm just giving you one example here. There is one Hollywood movie. There is a science fiction movie. The name of the movie is Fantastic Voyage. Fantastic Voyage, and that movie was in the year released in the year 1980s or 90. And in that movie, in the 80s or 90s, a submarine and its crew are shrunk to the size of nano, and they are injected into the bloodstream of an injured scientist to repair a deadly blood clot in his brain. It was shown in the movie in the year 80s and 90s, But now this is going to be true in the coming years, because this decade is coming decade. We are in the new decade, and this decade belongs to two technologies. One is nanotechnology, and another is artificial intelligence. So now we'll talk about the artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence, as we all know, that it is a displayed intelligence displayed by the machine, and the study of the computer system that attempts to model and apply the intelligence of human mind. Artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence by machine. So basically, it is the ability to solve the problem by itself, ability to act rationally, and ability to act like human. Now the application of AI. There is a tremendous application of AI. I will talk some of the application. And drug delivery and artificial intelligence and its two subcomponents, namely machine learning and deep learning, can help to improve productivity and ensure regulatory compliance, transform data at the speed of your computer CPU. Digital at the scale of speed, optimizing your business. In the field of medicine, integrating AI and nanotechnology enhances better precision cancer medicine. AI and nanotechnology are two fields that are instrumental in realizing the goals of precision medicine, trailing the best treatment for each cancer patient. So these are already available in the market, and research is already going on. A lot of research is going on the combination of medical and AI. So these are already, you can say, some of the advantages, or so you can say that the sectors in which the AI is using, that is credit granting, information management and retrieval, AI and expert system embedded in products, help desk and assistance, employee performance evaluation. In fact, in City University, our two research assistants are working on. One is working on the employee performance evaluation using AI, and another one is working on the credit card detection using AI, credit card fraud detection using AI. So lot of applications, whether it is management sector, whether it is electronics, whether it is a nano. So AI is in the every aspect of the life. So what is the machine learning? If we talk about the machine learning, just wait a minute, some problem is there. This is not moving. Slide is not moving. Yes. With the immense data growth, machine learning has become a significant and key technique in solving problems. Machine learning finds the natural pattern in data that generates insight to help make better decision and prediction. It is an, you can say, integral part of many commercial applications, ranging from medical diagnosis, stock trading, energy forecasting, and many more. Considering this situation, when we have complicated tasks or problem involving many data with lots of variable, but with no existing formula or equation. Machine learning is a part of a new employment dynamic, creating jobs that center around analytical work augmented by AI. Machine learning provides smart alternatives to analyzing vast volumes of data. Machine learning can produce accurate results and analysis by developing fast, efficient algorithms and data-driven models for real-time data processing. The past decades had encountered new revolutionary technology that seems to have many applications across the entire industry. And this machine learning is a part of the innovative technologies that is AI. So AI is the intelligence demonstrated by machines, unlike natural intelligence displayed by the humans and animals. In other words, AI, that is the new buzzword of the market of the technology, is the science of making machines as smart and intelligent as humans as an ultimate goal. To point that we go from weak AI to super AI. Now we are moving from AI to super AI. So AI is the technology that transforming every walk of life. It is a wide-ranging tool that enables people to rethink how we gather information, analyze the data, and utilize the resulting insight to have a better informed decision these days. So next is deep learning. So whenever a human receives new information, the brain tries to compare it with known objects. So deep neural network also use the same concept. So by using neural network, we can group or sort the unlabeled data based on similarities among the samples in the data. So artificial neural networks have unique capabilities that enable deep learning models to solve tasks that machine learning models can never solve. So one of the main advantages of deep learning lies in solving complex problems that require discovering hidden patterns in the data and a deep understanding of the intricate relationship between a large number of interdependent variables. So when there is a lack of, you can say, domain understanding for feature introspection, deep learning techniques outshine others. As you have to worry less about the feature engineering, deep learning shines when it comes to complex problem, you can say, such as image classification, you can say natural language processing and speech processing. Now comes to the AI and nanotechnology. This combination, this is a really very good combination. I will say it's a deadly combination, and future belongs to these two technologies. So artificial intelligence has been an increasing, growing area for many decades now, not just within itself, where the areas of machine learning, deep learning, and artificial neural network work simultaneously, but also in the number of fields and industries that they are now prevalent in. Nanoscience and nanotechnology are the study and application of tiny things. There are some growing areas where AI converges with nanotechnology. And during the last decade, there has been increasing use of AI tools in the nanotechnology research. So one of the major areas is the application of AI in the atomic force microscopy. as we all, you must have know that the atomic force microscopy is a tool to study the nanoparticles. So although atomic force AFM, the short form is AFM, is considered a significant advance in the recent year, it has the challenge to get high quality signal imaging devices. The predominant problem in the AFM is that many of the tip sample interaction these microscope rely on are complex, varied, and therefore not easy to decipher, especially when trying to image sample at nanoscale and manipulate atomic level. Because there is a cantilever, as we know the working of the AFM, there is a cantilever and there is a tip of the cantilever, and that cantilever with the tip scan the sample surface, and the movement of that tip with the cantilever recorded by the laser, and that is interpreted, and that is the use of the working of the AFM. The AFM use cantilever with a very sharp tip to scan over the sample surface. As a tip approaches the surface, the attractive close range force between the surface and the tips makes the cantilever deflect towards the surface. However, as the cantilever is brought closer to the surface such that the tips makes contact with it increasingly, there will be a repulsive force takes over and the cause cantilever to deflect away from the surface. This is a small description about the AFM. Now, a laser beam is used to deflect the cantilever deflection toward or away from the surface by reflecting an incident beam on the cantilever flat top. So any cantilever deflection will cause slight change in the deflection of the reflected beam. A position sensitive photodiode is already placed to study the image. So now AI can be, what AI can do here, AI can be beneficial in dealing with these kind of signal related issues, because constantly signal is coming from a laser beam to our recorded system, and we have to understand the image, we have to translate the image, and AI can helpful in dealing with these kind of signal related issue. The AI approach known as functional recognition is used to address this issue by directly identifying local actions from measured spectroscopic reaction. And AI neural network can recognize the local behavior of the material being imaged. So lending to simplification of data and reduction in the number of variables that need to be considered. Overall, it leads to much more efficient imaging system with the help of AI in the atomic force microscope. So one more application is artificial intelligence is nanoscale simulation. A number of applications and programs are used to simulate these systems where the atomic efforts are present accurately. If these applications are correctly employed, these techniques would be, you can say, instrumental in getting the precise and valuable idea of what is present in the image. But in many cases, it can be complicated task to utilize, and many parameters needs to be taken into account to achieve an accurate representation of the system. So in this case, AI can be used to develop the simulation quality and make them much easier to obtain and interpret. And the second application of artificial neural network in simulation software is to reduce the complexity associated with its configuration. In many numerical simulation method, many parameters must be fitted to create optimal configuration for an accurate simulation of the system. So if we talk about the nanoscale simulation, definitely AI is going to be very helpful in the near future. So one more application is nano computing. Unsurprisingly, AI is also beneficial concerning the future of the nano computing, which is a computing conducted through nanoscale mechanism. There are many ways nano computing devices can execute a function, and these can cover anything from physical operation to computational methods. Due to great deal of these devices depending on intricate physical system to allow for intricate computational algorithms, you can say machine learning procedure, and can be used to generate novel information representation for a broad range of users. So these days artificial intelligence is also very helpful through IoT, Internet of Things, because a lot of data is coming from the IoT devices, and that data is stored in the cloud or somewhere else, and we required a fast computing, and artificial intelligence is definitely going to help in this type of computing. So these are the some problems and solution provided by AI, and still a lot of you can say research is already going on to resolve the issue in the nanotechnology with the help of artificial intelligence. Here you can see that the scanning probe microscopy. Scanning probe microscopy is again a tool to study the nanoparticles, and solution provided by AI. Here you can see that help in interpretation of experimental results, multiple parameter account and estimation, and still a lot to be done. And next is a material property at the nanoscale, because the property of the material at nanoscale is very different as compared to its bulk counterpart. So AI technology can definitely improve the characterization tool and experimental method in this type of experiment. And next is designing nanosystem. Automatic characterization of complex input-output responses can be done using AI. New design principle and system optimization can also be done using AI. So nanoscale simulation we have already talked. Nano computing we have already talked. So nanotechnology for biology and medical application. Increasing biomedical, because biomedical nanotechnology and AI is going to be the main, you can say, technology in the medical and electronics field, and this is going to lead in this decade and in the coming decade. So this is a picture. I like this personally, this picture very much, and this will just give you an idea that in future how our world will look like. In each and every aspect of life, you will see that there will be some nanotechnology or there will be some artificial intelligence. So from this monument, from this you can say this car is there, which will be using some piezo mats prevent annoying vibration, and this cyclist is using some intelligent clothing which will measure its pulse and respiration system, and some device is connected in its heart that will measure all the parameter of his heart related problems. and this helmet is there. This is going the helmet maintains contact with the wearer, and this helmet contains the material which is very hard. It is this is using actually some nano material because nanoparticle has more strength. So some frame is there, steel frame is there, that is quite a strong. One restaurant, you can say this gentleman is sitting with nano, you can say nanotubes for new notebook display. The display is there, that I have already told you that this will be a foldable display. You can fold your device and put in your pockets. Okay. This glass, you can say, will be a scratch proof, coated with window pans using the lotus effect. Lotus effect means the dust and water cannot stay on this window panes. So LEDs are now powerful to compete with the light bulb, and this roof, you can say the roof will be quite different, and this will be with the OLEDs. Okay. Thermochromic glass to regulate the influx of light, how much light you want, that will be decided by this thermochromic glass to regulate the influx of light. So lots of, you can see that in one picture shows you that nanotechnology and AI has impacted, how much is going to impact our everyday life in the future. So coming to the conclusion part. So whenever we are speaking about you can say nano engineering, or with the progress and thriving of AI and nanotechnology, the curves of both the ascending slopes, it seems these two curves have narrowed to each other, you can say, to point that we can recognize a separation between them. This indicates that they have to complement each other and be the right partner and companion when it comes to both the industries. In today's technology of AI and nanoscience and technology, it seems their integration of these is inevitable scenario in the coming future. Whenever we are speaking about nano engineering or nanotechnology, we can think of science and knowledge of physics, chemistry, and other engineering fields that are dealing with small scale things such as molecule, atom, etc. That number of the data gets collected from any research or application for better information for these fields. We have no choice except to rely on AI and consequently on machine learning and deep learning. So what its meaning is that we will constantly get data, the researcher will constantly get data from the research experiments and regarding nanotechnology or other research experiment. But who is going to deal with these data? Only AI, and subsequently you can say consequently ML and DL, that is deep learning. Also for us, we can think of new generation of AI, that is super artificial intelligence. We are relying on biological science and inspiration to develop some of its most effective paradigms, such as neural networks. So bridging the link between current nanoscience and AI can boost research in these disciplines and provide a new generation of information and communication technology that will help an enormous impact on our society, probably providing the means to merge technology and biology. Although the AI and nanotechnology collaboration, they are in the need of high performance computing that will both useful for AI from data analytics to data. So in today's technology, AI and nanoscience and nanotechnology, it seems integration of these inevitable scenario. So nano computing as well, since with the deal deal with a lot of small scale sizes of things in our application of nanotechnology and nano engineering. So as a concluding note, I can say that nanotechnology is the future of small scale that need artificial intelligence to enhance its data analytics for collecting information and knowledge to give us the power to be more decisive. So thank you very much for giving me the chance to share my views.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very nice presentation, and really I'm very interested after your presentation, and I think that I have to learn more with you about nanotechnology. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I think this session has been completed and next session will start.
Hi Rashmi, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. This session finished, na?
Yes.
The student
Your session is
finished. Okay, so everybody can leave from there. Okay.
Okay.
Hello everyone. I'm sorry for lateness. I guess I used the wrong link, and we will continue to our presentation in here. Okay. Our studies in here. Our studies title is Difference Between Neural Networks and Deep Learning. I and my friends prepared this study. We think this subject is very important, especially deep learning and artificial neural networks are a sub-branch of machine learning. And you know, the big data is very important in these days. We use the mobile phones and technology everywhere cover the big data, and we have to analyze these data efficiently. And we have to use the artificial intelligence and deep learning. We plan to give the detailed information about the deep learning and difference between deep learning and neural network. You know, deep learning consists of the consists of the some of the properties from machine learning and neural networks, and it's combined from machine learning and neural networks. And deep learning can provide models for supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and semi-supervised learning structures. Within the scope of machine learning approach, not every machine learning algorithm can use deep learning, but on the contrary, deep learning can use any machine learning algorithm, while artificial neural networks perform computation in the narrow hidden layer. Deep learning has a similar structure to artificial neural networks, but a wider layer. Due to this feature, deep learning has the ability to analyze large data structures in a shorter time and accurately. In the study, the working styles of artificial neural network algorithms and their comparison with deep learning algorithms will be carried out. In this context, the advantages and disadvantages of artificial neural networks and deep learning will be discussed. Artificial neural network studies, that started in the 1950s, the geometric and exponential increase of the data accumulated with the internet age, the smartening of mobile applications, the developments in the medical field, and accordingly, the use of standard artificial neural network models for systems to perform functions such as learning, decision-making, and reasoning. The inequality has brought different perspectives with it. In 1998, Jan LeCun, using linear architectures and convolutional neural networks, and in 2006, Hutton and Solom's Ravengers research in deep learning studies by using restricted Boltzmann machine learning popularized the subject of learning. Then, based on the structure in here, artificial intelligence is a branch of science that enables conscious decisions to be made automatically thanks to mathematical models developed on the basis of human and living mechanisms in nature. Machine learning, on the other hand, is a sub-branch of artificial intelligence and has the ability to parse data, learn from data, and analyze it. Deep learning as a sub-branch of machine learning consists of multi-layered large artificial neural networks that can make smart decisions and learn on their own by using data. Artificial neural networks, on the other hand, are algorithm structures based on the human brain with a limited number of inputs and outputs, consisting of one or three hidden layers. In this study, the working forms of artificial neural networks algorithms will be examined in detail, and the use of artificial neural networks algorithms with deep learning will be included. In here you can see the biological representation, the nerve cell. With the development of computer technology, the idea of thinking of the machine as a human was put forward in 1980s, with the desire of human beings to do all their work together with computers and technology. In the 1990s, there has been an increase in the studies and applications on the artificial intelligence. By imitating the structure based on the human brain, the way the nerves work is examined. Artificial neural networks basically collect information with examples and then make decisions using the information learned from the examples to evaluate examples that they have never seen. Artificial neural networks have an important place in machine learning methodology thanks to ability to learn, generalize. There are different definitions, and artificial neural networks definitions, if we give some of the examples, are in here. Automatically perform the abilities of human brain, such as deriving new information, creating and discovering new information through learning without any help. Computer programs that emulate biological neural networks with parallel and distributed information processing structures, each capable of processing information through neurons, thanks to weighted connections. The other one is it has emerged as a result of mathematical modeling of the learning process by taking the human brain as an example. It mimics the structure of biological neural networks in brain and their ability to learn, remember, and generalize. Learning process in artificial neural networks is carried out using examples. During learning, the rules are set by giving input and output information. It is based on network structure consisting of interconnected artificial neurons, with each neuron representing an information processing unit. If we call each of these neurons a node, the nodes can transmit information by interacting with each other. During the information sharing and interaction of the nodes with each other, the nonlinear mathematical function we call the activation function ultimately transforms the input into a result output to be used as an input processed in the next layers. There are certain weights between nodes. These weights are updated in each learning round of model. If the performance accuracy ratio is high, the weights are not updated. These weights are refreshed and round using certain functions and improve accuracy and increase performance with feedback. The layer between the input and output layer is called the hidden layer. As can be understood from the name of the input layer, it includes categorizing the input data and presenting them to the system with certain weight values according to their properties. The hidden layer, on the other hand, can be called the layer where the analytical operations necessary to obtain the result value in the output layer are made. Increasing the number of hidden layers or increasing nodes in the hidden layer are two different approaches. In some cases, increasing the nodes in the layer can be more practical way to solve the problem. Before examining the structure of artificial neural networks in detail, we can examine the structure of biological neural networks in detail, as shown in figure. Artificial neural network consists of neurons, nerve cells. Neurons have the ability to process information. Biological neural networks consist of nerve cells, in here, and there are approximately 1011 nerve cells in the cortex of the human brain. These cells are in connection with the cells between 100 and 100 cells in here. It is very important in our life. The human brains works in here. Then these cells are in the connection with the cells between 1,000 or 100,000. Neurons connect with each other to the form functions. It is estimated that there are 100 billion neurons in our brain. A neuron can make between 50,000 and 250,000 connections with other neurons, and it's estimated that these are more than more than 6 multiply 10, 13 connections in our brain. A nerve cell contains of a cell body, dendrite, and axon. The main components that make up the nerve cell, it is the body where a single wall electrical transmission is provided, where output pulses are produced, display the system output. The dendrites collect the signals from other cells and express system output. Synapse, it connects the axons of the cells, that is the output information, with other dendrites in here. Myelin layer, it is an insulating material that has a positive effect on the rate of propagation. Nucleus provides periodic regeneration of signals based on output values. The signal carried in the axon is transmitted to the synapse by chemical carriers. The chylopus is polarized minus 85 MV to minus 40 MV. Excitation causes plus current, and then 90 MV car plus out. Surprising minus leads to current. Above the certain threshold voltage, the cell is excited, while in other cases the cell is surprised. Output signals generation is called neural computation. Briefly, the stimuli coming from the nerve cells are carried to the cell body via the dendrites and transmit the chemical process in the destabilization of the intracellular activation to the other cells via axons. If we match the biological system and the artificial neural network elements, the neuron corresponds to the process element, the dendrite collection function to the cell body transfer function, the axons to the artificial neuron output, and the synapse to the weights. The biological appearance of nerve cells in living things is as we saw above. We have a nucleus, and conduction is made along an axon. Here at the output, terminals or sensors that are obtained from the dendrites are weighted in the nucleus and transmitted along the axons and connected to other nerve cells. In this way, communication between nerves is ensured. Artificial neural network, mathematical system. Artificial neural network mathematical systems consisting of many processing units, neurons, interconnected in a weighted manner. A unit of operation is actually an equation often referred to as a transfer function. This processing unit receives signals from other neurons, combines them, transforms them, produce a numerical results. In general, the processing unit roughly corresponds to real neurons, and at the heart of neural computing with a network are the concept of distributed adaptive and nonlinear processing. Artificial neural networks operate differently from traditional processes. In the traditional process, a single central processing unit performs each action in turn. Artificial neural networks, on the other hand, consist of many simple processing units, each dealing with a part of a big problem. In its simplest form, a processing unit weighs an input with a set of weights, transforms it non-linearly, and generates an output value. At first glance, the way processing units work is deceptively simple. The power of neural network neural computing comes from the dense interconnectivity of the processing units. They share the overall processing load. In these systems, healthy learning is provided by the backpropagation method. In here, you can see the structure of the artificial neural network in here. Artificial neural networks are structures formed by connecting artificial nerve cells to each other. Artificial neural networks are examined in three main layers: input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. Information is transmitted to the network through the input layer. They are processing in the intermediate layers and sent from the output layer. What is meant by information processing is to convert the information coming to the network into output by using weight values of the network. In order for the network to produce the correct outputs for the input, the weights must have correct values in here. Artificial neural networks, if it consists of many neurons and hidden layers, it's called multi-layer artificial neural network. If it's a single layer, it's called a single-layer artificial neural network. In most artificial neural networks, neurons with similar characters are structured in layers, and the transfer function are executed simultaneously. Almost all networks have neurons that receive data and neurons that produce output. The mathematical function, which is the main element of artificial neural network, is shaped by the architecture of the network. To put it more clearly, the basic structure of the function is determined by the size of the weights and the operation of the processing elements. The behavior of the artificial neural networks, that is, how they relate input data to output data, is primarily affected by the transfer functions of neurons, how they are connected to each other, and the weights of these connections. In here, the mathematical model of human neuron can be represented as follows. We have weights along the paths we call dendrites, and we have input values that x0 in here that may have come from another neuron entering these dendrites. After our input value and our weight in the dendrite are multiplied in here, y0 multiply x0 in here, it is transmitted to the nerve cell, and this multiplication is performed in the nerve cell, and the weights from all dendrites and the input product are added up. That is, weighted addition is done. Then after summing with a bias, the activation function is then placed to the output. This output may be the final output or the input of another cell. Mathematically, the weights are multiplied by the input plus a bias is added. The mathematical model can be represented as the basic operation in artificial neurons to calculate the weight parameter and bias parameters can be model will give the best score. Each neuron is calculated in the same way, and they are connected to each other series in here. Artificial neuron consists of the 5 parts in here: inputs, weights, addition function, consolidation, activation function, and output cell. If we defined in detail in here, inputs information coming from the outside world to an artificial cell. These are determined by the examples that the network wants to learn. Weights shows the importance of the weights shows the importance of the information coming to an artificial cell and its effect on the cell. The weight in the figure shows the WA. In figure shows the effect of the X1 input on the cell. Just because the weights are big or small doesn't mean they are important or unimportant. A weight of 0 may be the most important event for that network. Addition function. This function calculates the net input to a cell. Different functions are used for this. The most common is the weighted sum. Here, each incoming information is multiplied by its own weight. Thus, the net input to the network is found. Some aggregation functions are given in the next slide in table. Activation function. This function processes the net input to the cell and determines the output that the cell will produce in response to this input. The activation function is usually chosen as a nonlinear. The non-linearity characteristics of artificial neural networks come from the nonlinearity of the activation functions. Another point to consider while choosing the activation function is that the derivative of the function can be easily calculated, since the derivative of the activation function is also used to feedback networks. A function whose derivative is easily to calculate is chosen so that the calculation does not slow down. Activation function used artificial neural networks are listed in next slide in here. Then the output, it is the output value determined by activation function. The output produced is sent to the outside world or another cell. The cell can also send its own output as input to itself. Although a process element has more than one input, it can only have one output. You can see in here the activation functions and the mathematical process in here: addition, multiplication, maximization, minimization, and cumulative addition in here. And you can see the activation functions in here in detail. The sigmoid function, rectified linear unit, hyperbolic tangent, and leaky Rolu in here. We have to determine the neural network models in here. You know, the neural network models consist of the single layer perceptions, simple perceptors, Adeline, and multi-level perceptrons. In here, we will give detailed information about these models. Single layer perceptions, models develop and artificial neural networks, single layer, are perceptors and Adeline Madeline. Single layer perceptors, single layer neural networks consist of only input and output layers. Output units are connected to all input units, and each connection has a weight. A single layer neural network consisting of two inputs and one output given in this figure. In these networks, there is also a threshold value, which prevents the values of the process elements and thus the output of the network from being 0, and its value is always 1. The output of the network is found by summing the weight input values with the threshold value. With this input, the output of the network is calculated by passing it through an activation function in single layer perceptrons. The output function is a linear function and takes values of 1 or -1. If the output is 1, it is accepted to the first class. If it's -1, it is accepted to the second class in here. simple perceptrons. During this documentation, I used the Ercan Öztemez Yapay Sinir Ağları kitabı, Papatya Yayıncılık, and the Haydn's Neural Networks books, and I used some of the deep learning books. Then I will share, use the documentation and resource reference after the class in my web page. I will share. You know, Adeline. Adeline is the first the neural network application in here. In 1959, Bernard Whitrow of Stanford University developed an adaptive linear element called Adeline structure. Is the simplest of the neural networks and use supervised learning for learning. Adeline and its two-layered form, Madeline, multiple Adeline. It has been used to a wide variety of applications such as voice recognition, character recognition, weather forecasting, and adaptive control. Later, Adeline was developed to produce a continuous output rather than a discrete output. Whitrow used the adaptive linear element algorithm to developing adaptive filters to eliminate echoes and telephone lines. This is the first time artificial neural networks have been applied to a real problem. Although Adeline works quite well for many applications, it is limited to a linear problem space. They use a linear transfer function. Training is performed by repeatedly applying the input and desired output patterns to the network. By dividing the patterns into the correct classes, learning is carried out by minimizing the errors. After the training, Adeline can classify new entities according to experience gained. Multi-level perceptrons, since the perceptors and Adeline method cannot produce a nonlinear solution, an important layer in here okay then multi-layer perceptrons, which has a structure where many neurons with a nonlinear activation functions are hierarchically connected to each other in terms of architecture, uses the learning system called backpropagation as well as the advantages of the perceptrons and Adeline methods in general. Artificial neural networks are divided into two as feed-forward and feedback networks. A mathematical model of nerve cells you can see in here. The mathematical perceptrons known as the smallest part of the artificial neural network. The perceptrons is expressed with a linear function as follows as was first described by Frank Rosenblatt in 1957 in here. Y equal to W multiply X plus bias. Y is a dependent variable as it depends on the value of X. Returns the score for entry. X means argument input. W weight parameter. B bias value. The basic process in artificial neural network or deep learning model is to calculate the W and B parameters that the model will give the best score. you can see in the here okay. Single layer and multi-layer neural network structure. In the left-hand single layer artificial neural network model, there are 4 plus 2 equal to 6 neurons, excluded the input layers, and 3 multiply 4 plus 4 multiply 2 equal to 20 weights, and 4 plus 2 equal to 6 bias values, a total of the 20 parameters to be learned, 26 parameters to be learned. In the right-hand single layer artificial neural network model, there are 4 plus 4 plus 1 equal to 9 neurons, and the 22 weights, and 4 plus 4 plus 1 equal to bias value, 9 bias value. There are 41 parameters to be learned the total. When the single layer and multi-layer artificial neural network models are examined, it is necessary to distinguish an important issue. In 1960s, Widorf and Hoff made the first study on multi-layered structure in here. The effect of the layer, the effect of each layer and neurons to the model. Neurons in a layer do not have relationship with each other and carry out the task of transmitting the remaining information in the system to the next layer or output the task of each neuron. The neurons into consecutive layers affect each other with various activation values and performs a transform. Therefore, the number of neurons in a layer of the model indirectly affects the performance of the system. Although it seems to be said that the higher the number of layers, the higher the learning performance, this is not true, because model performance is only related to the number of inputs and layers, but not determined by it. The influence of many different hyperparameters affect the output parameters. Affect the parameters, and then although it seems to be said the higher the number of layers, the higher the learning performance, this is not true, because the model performance is only related to the number of inputs and layers, but not determined by it. The influence of many different hyperparameters affect the output performance. In cases where the model input is 0, WA multiply X equal to 0 and plus B shifts the output of the score function. Thus, it allows the model to continue the learning process in the next iteration. This step alone has no effect on the learning process. Also have a look at the forward and backward propagation. WA weight vector number of nodes, neurons, thus bias values should be equal to the number of nodes in the next layer. In here, how single layer neural networks works. The simplest type of neural network, single layer neural networks, can be thought of as gates used in logic circuits. Its input can either be added directly to the output or to the next layer. It usually has 2 inputs and 1 output. Inputs run along synapse and are passed through a threshold value multiplied by their weights. And artificial neural networks graph separated 2 classes with a single line. In here, you can see this scheme in here. If we design the scheme in here, I will show in detail in here. You can see the we use one line in here. And discriminant function. In discriminant function, the boundaries of the problem should be easily defined. Well, if we assume that the discriminants have linear and x inputs in here, I guess you can see the formulas in detail in here. The discriminant, we will continue by adding up the depending on the weights and the inputs. The way W weights and the XS represent the inputs. Linear discriminant is a preferred method mostly because of the simplicity. The output is the sum of the weights of the input xg, and the size of the weight of wg represents the importance of the input xg. An input with a large weight is an important input. It means that it has the important features coming from the entrance. If we explain the generalization part in the figure, we can say that x1 is multiplied by w. If we define it as discriminant the TA, our general discriminant formula is expressed as the weight sum of the discriminants of the weights due to x. The product value is also added to input. If there are two linearly separable classes, it is sufficient to use a discriminant equation in here. You can see in here the sigmoid function. You know, the sigmoid function is two value, is can able take a two value. It's 0 and 1 in here. It's the extra information about the sigmoid function in here. You can see the sigmoid function detailed information about in here. The process of translationing from the discriminant equality, we have defined for the two classes to a single discriminant equation is called the discriminant equation. G1 and G2 are calculated based on two different weights and x input. We know that W and x are vectors, and when multiplying the vectors together, we need to transpose one. As a result, if the Gx function we obtain is greater than 0 in the Jx equation, and if it is not one assigned to class as the case, if it is greater than 0, we say it belongs to class C1, and if it is less than 0, we say it belongs to the class C2. In doing so, we subject y that is the discriminant equation to a sigmoid function if we show it on a simple neural network in here. The process information the process information in here the process of transition from the discriminant equation we have defined for two classes to a single discriminant equation is called the discriminant equation G1 and G2 in here. I would like to show these slides. You know, the time is going very fast. Or logic problem, you can see or logic problem in here. Okay, how should we construct the values of the weight vector when designing the network model? It can be randomly assigning at the beginning, or the weights of a model training in the past can be defined as the input initial weights. However, when assigning these values, they should be determined randomly from plus or minus values. When we use all the information in the model, we have a large parameter information. When making a comparison with all the data in the training set, while performing the test, this increases the processing load and prolongs the detection time. Representation data for example class in here. These two stations should not exist in an efficient network model. It can be overcome with a simple solution. Test data is compared to a representative set. Representation data for example classes. It is necessary to obtain a data that represents all the information in the content of the training data. For this, after the learning process, the weight matrix mean of the relevant data is taken as the representation data. The regularization number, loss will never be zero due to regularization R value added to the value. Valid except where the W weight vector is zero. The regularization number is non-mandatory hyperparameter. It is recommended to be used because it contributes positively to deep learning performance. Various optimization techniques can be used while calculating loss. How should we decide whether to support vectorization or softmax? Support vectorization or support generous similarity score. Softmax gives generous probability values related to similarity and normalize the results of transforms it into probabilistic. In this way, the difference between classes becomes easier to interpret. It is recommended to be preferred in classification problems. The difference is small when compared in terms of the performance of the system. Below the subtraction in here, you can see in here. How should we decide whether to support vectorization or softmax? We continue to our example in here using the demo below in here. You can take a note and you can review in detail the softmax program from internet. And it can random search, worst idea for solution, random local search, local random search, following gradient descent in here. And another stochastic gradient descent is one of the most used methods in optimization. The gradient can be calculated in two ways. The numerical gradient slow, not converging very well, but easy to program. Analytic gradient faced good convergence but error prone. In practice, we start with the analytic gradient and control the application with a numerical gradient in here. Feed-forward networks. Feed-forward neural networks allow for one-way signal follow. Also, most feed-forward neural networks are organized in layers. The input layer transmits the information it receives from the external environment to the cells in the intermediate hidden layer without making any chance. The network output is determined by processing the information in intermediate and output layers. Artificial neural networks with feedback. Feedback can occur between cells in a layer as well as between cells in a layer. Feedback shows a non-linear dynamical behavior in here. And backpropagation algorithm, the error signals between the inputs and the outputs is found, and the weights are updated with these error signals. The error ET is the difference between the desired output T and output YT of the neural network. ET equal to T minus Y, and it minimizes the total error value. It completely focuses of the total error value, the backpropagation algorithm in here. We can say briefly, and we have to point out this property from the backpropagation algorithm approach in here. And then we continue that backpropagation algorithm for process elements in the intermediate layers, processing elements. This factor is used in here, and depending on the station, starting from the exit floor, and sigma g factors calculate of the IEs on all floors in here. And to increase performance for backpropagation, the amount of error returns to the neurons in the hidden layers, increasing the performance of the model. It is actually the name of gradient descent algorithm in artificial neural network. The input values are multiplied by the weight coefficient and transferred to the output of the model from the hidden layer output. The following two input x0 and x1 neuron model uses the sigmoid function as activation. Weight coefficients for learning are shown as y0, w0, w1, and w2. And in here, backpropagation and feedback learning algorithms in here. And backpropagation algorithm functions forms we give to detail in here, and you can see and review in here from this page. And for backpropagation algorithm, when the next step is performed according to the related gradient operation, the next step is calculated as in here, and 1 multiply minus 0.53 equal to 0.53. In the next step, the backward weight update according to the related derivative result mentioned above is done as follows in here. You can see, and you can review in this information in here in detail. We give this application is very nice and useful for the students to learn backpropagation algorithm in here, and you can see the detailed information about in here, and backpropagation algorithm calculations. How can we get the analysis in here? We give in detail in here. The backpropagation algorithm part of the model value expression, the sigmoid function, thus we can calculate the part from the end of the model to the first branching mode in one step in here. And the backward calculation of step is very important for the optimization of the model and the realization of the learning process. It should be known that artificial neural network is not a closed box. In this way, train two-layer network, two-layer network model in here, given in here. And then the backpropagation algorithm in here, you can see the backpropagation algorithm detailed code in here. The activation function, run the demo in the link below. Visually understand how to solve two-dimensional classification problem with a two-layer neural network model, a different activation function. Enjoy some gameplay, changing the network model as you wish. In here, when the click in here, you can see the demo programs. And multi-layer perceptron. Multi-layer perceptrons, on the other hand, are models with 3 or more layers and multiple perceptrons. Nonlinear activation functions like tangent H and those functions to calculate the loss rate in here. You can see the in here. And then I have to, okay, and convolution neural network, recurrent neural network sample in here. The convolution layer, a filter is how covered over the image. In this way, certain features in the images are obtained. Then a feature matrix is obtained. The matrix is pulled with the help of max pooling, and the images are stored in a smaller matrix. After these repetitive layers, our matrix is converted into a one-dimensional vector thanks to fully connected layer in here. And recurrent neural network. The connection between neurons form a directed loop, unlike a feed-forward neural network. This memory is also used to solve natural language processing problems, such as users' handwriting recognition or speech recognition. Long short-term memory not use the activation function in its repeating components, does not change the stored values, and does not experience vanishing gradient problems. Usually, long short-term memory in blocks with several units in here. You can see these blocks in here. And then we continue. Okay, finally we reach to deep learning in our slides. Tries to understand the interaction of neurons with the functioning of the human brain. It allows us to train artificial intelligence to predict outputs with a given data set. But supervised and supervised learning can be used to train artificial intelligence. Only main difference is the number of hidden layers. In artificial neural networks, the number of hidden layers is limited to a maximum of 3, while in deep learning, the number of hidden layers consists of at least 3 layers. Deep learning approach thanks to the increasing big data and increasing computing power computers. In here, you can see the deep learning example in here. And then an example prediction machine model. Likewise, computers are expected to provide solution to certain problems in here. If we greater than the samples in here, you can see in detail information about in here. And you can see think and process and calculate. Think, a question and answer, you can see input and output, process and calculation. Then we continue in here. An example computer model. It is expected to learn the system according to input and output values given from an artificial neural network. In here, and we continue to our class. Then the sample table of the system is given in below. The constancy was selected as 0.5 and the output of the system will be adjusted according to this value. According to the value C equal to 0.5, the system output is calculated as 50 miles, but this is not the output that the system accepts in here, and you can see in detail in here. And to adjust this value, it is necessary to predetermine the constant value of C. For this, error rate is calculated by subtracting the value obtained from the system from expected expected output value. The image of the transaction performed is given in below in here. Kilometers and miles. Miles equal to kilometers and 0.5 and kilometers 100 kilometers. Can we see briefly? Can we see 100 kilometers equal to 50 miles? And you know, you can see in here the weight is 0.5, and we multiply to weight in here, and we obtain the miles value in here. Then we continue to our example in here. By the way, I adjust to our slide figures in here. You can see And you can see the kilometers, miles, kilometers, and calculated miles. Correct value. You can see the correct value, 62.137, and the error 12.137, 13.7, and you can see error equal to actual value minus calculated value. And since our error rate is very high, it's observed that there is a small value of 0.54c. When the new c value is updated to 0.6 and the calculation is done again, the system output is 60. When our error rate is recalculated according to output obtained in here. Deep learning, the deep learning in here, and we correct, you can see calculated miles, correct miles, and you can see the difference between in here. When the error rates obtained was examined, it was observed that a higher value than desired was obtained this time. Therefore, our new c values should be in the range of 0.6 to 0.7 according to information obtained, and this time we reduce the steps to enlarge c in order to not to stray too far from the real value. Our new c step is updated to 0.6, and according to this system output is 61 in here. And we continue to our class in here, and then the error rate would be 1.37 when see in here, and when use this information, this sample is very nice and very good sample in here, and we continue to our sample, and then we continue to our slides. For example, parametric models assume that the data follow some parametric class of a nonlinear function, for example, polynomial, power, or exponential. Then fine-tune the shape of the parametric function to fit the observed data. Another approach, kernel-based method, transforms data nonlinearly into an abstract space that measures distance between observations and then predicts new values or classes based on those distance in here. In fact, depending on how they are constructed, artificial neural networks can approximate any nonlinear function, making them a pretty powerful model class 1. And you can see the C-layer neural network in detailed information and calculation in here. An important feature of this activation function is they are all smooth and differentiable. Later in this study, we say differentiability important for training neural networks. We can apply the gradient using simple manipulations, and then of the feed-forward states of the network. Multi-layer neural networks. You can see the multi-layer neural networks detailed information about in here. And then we continue to our study. And as with the single layer artificial neural network, the choice of the activation function for the output layer will depend on the task we want the network to perform, categorization or regression, and will follow similar rules outlines above. However, it is often desirable for hidden units to have nonlinear activation functions, e.g. logistic sigmoid or tangent H. This is because multiple layers of linear calculation can be equally formulated as a single layer of linear calculation. Therefore, using linear activation for hidden layers does not gain as much. However, as well see in a moment, using linear activations for the output unit activation function allows the network to perform nonlinear regression with a nonlinear activation for hidden. Neural network downhill training. Training neural network involves determining the model parameters, analysis of simple neural network, single layer neural network, to get a better intuition behind the concept of minimizing the error surface. Let's define a super simple neural networks with a single input and single output. And dynamic of a simple single layer networks shown in here, and you can see the learning functions behavior. You can see in here detail, and multiple layer neural networks in here, 1, 2, 3 nodes in here, and networks training behavior showed in this figure. And then we continue the backpropagation algorithm. During backpropagation, the inputs signal propagate forward through the network to the outputs, and then network errors are calculated relative to the target variables, and backpropagated backwards towards the inputs. The forward and reverse signals are then used to determine the direction of movement, which reduce the network error in the parameter space in here. And you can see the backpropagation examples in here, and the forward propagate input signal, backpropagate error signals, and calculate parameter gradients, update parameters in here. You can see the details in here. And step 1 of the backpropagation algorithm is the forward propagate the observed input across the network layers to provide an estimate for the current target. The Python code in here, you can see the given in detail. For networks with multiple hidden layers, this error backpropagation produced can continue for layers, and we give the Python codes in detail. Thus, the gradient of the error function relative to the model weight in each layer can be calculated efficiently by simply tracing the forward propagated activations fit into that layer from below, and weighting these activations by being fed by backward propagation error signals. This layer is from above. The fourth and final step of the backpropagation algorithm is to update the model parameters based on the gradient calculated in step 3. Note that the gradient indicates the direction in the parameter space that will increase the value of the error function. Therefore, we should choose to go in the opposite direction when updating the model parameters. To train an artificial neural network, the fourth step outlined above and in Curious reader again to check on the post on deriving backpropagation algorithm, update weights, update forms to make connection between algorithm math and the code we are about to jump input into. And neural network. In this slide, we would like to give the classification example for neural network for classification example in here. Here, we go over an example of training a simple layer neural network to perform a classification problem in here. The network is trained to learn a number of logical operators, including AND, OR, XOR. To train the network, we first generate training data in here, you can see, through table values learned in classification example. And neural networks classification is continue in here. You can see the graph examples in here. Then we continue that. Okay. And then you can see in here the learning process is continue, and you can see in this screen how it's run, the how the program is running in here. You can see in detail in this screen. And we continue neural networks classification in here, and it's very nice example. Two-layer artificial neural networks can easily learn the difficult classification criterion is an about 40 iteration in here, visualization learning process in here. Then we continue neural networks for regression in here. Neural networks regression example in here, nonlinear regression in here. And neural networks for regression. The main ideas behind artificial neural networks, including single and multi-layer artificial neural network activation functions, and then derivatives, a high-level explanation of the back-propagation algorithm, and a series of classification and regression examples in here. Artificial neural network, especially multi-layer artificial neural network, are the robust and powerful class of models that can be used to learn complex nonlinear functions. However, there are a number of considerations when using neural networks, including how many hidden layers should be used, how many hidden variables are in each layer, how do they relate to overfitting and generalization, are there better error functions than square difference, what should the learning rate be, what can we do about the complexity of the fault surface with the mesh, should we use simulated annealing, how about other activation functions. We can ask these questions if we began to study with artificial neural network in detail. Every researcher can be asked these questions in any time. Neural networks for regression in here, the post Romaster of contribute as some title the clever mention WordPress blog is continue to the feature is not reserved used to this subject in their blog page, and note that it closely related the having concept of learning in narrow space. Learning for practice, there is an additional step known as learning rate annealing. The technique reduces the learning rate after each iteration. This allowing the algorithm to take increasingly similar steps in parameter space. These techniques can be useful when gradient updates began to using between two or more positions in the parameter space. It is also useful in influencing the algorithm to settle into two steady state. And when the positing on the line is as in figure below, the green data will be estimated as red. The blue data is not desired state. In fact, what we want to stem to do is to draw line is shown in the figure below. You can see the figures in below in here. Then we continue to in here. While all these operations can be done very easily with the human eye, it is a big problem to have it done on the computer. Various methods have been developed for this, and one of the most important, support vector mentioned. Another method is artificial neural networks, it will be explained step by step how the artificial neural network model, which adjusts all these operations above, that is the most approximate line equation works. In other words, we want to set the appropriate value A in the equation, y equal to A multiply x with artificial neural network. In the sample we made, it is desired to classify the insects in the data. The weight and length of the insects are given as the characteristics of the class. The sample data set is given in table in here. And I'm sorry for stable. Okay, and you can see the detailed information about the this data. How do you find my class? Is it boring? I am speaking continuously, and we have to. Okay. Are shared. Okay, I guess I have to. Okay. I guess you cannot see my. Can you see the file, PowerPoint? Şimdi hemen paylaşıyorum. Şu an gözüküyor mu? Şu an buradan gittim. Pardon. Hemen pencereyi değiştiriyorum. Hemen açıyorum. Bir dakika. Evet. Şu an gözüküyor herhalde, değil mi? Can you see a presentation file in here? Gelmedi zaten. Görebiliyorsunuz değil mi? Can you see my presentation? Okay. And deep learning artificial neural networks in here, and we continue to our presentation. Deep learning artificial neural networks, in order to set our line, y equal to a multiply x, y value length, x value width, which will separate this data approximately the most approximate parameter. A should be selected in order to find the approximate A value. The artificial neural network model trains the system and enables it to learn the appropriate value with errors in here. And deep learning program code you can see in here. And in this study, you can detail review and research this study. And we continue to our slides. Okay. Can you see, I would like to ask again, can you see my presentation in here? Can you see my presentation? Yes, okay, no problem. Okay, okay, we continue to ask.
Yes, we can see.
Yes, okay. Other functions, these are the functions in which the input data is processed with certain weight and bias values. In the step, functions such as addition and multiplication are selected. The other functions that can be used are given in table below. The most commonly used function among these functions, weighted addition. You can see the weighted addition is very important. And the technical terms I would like to given about some of the some technical terms in here. Neurons, net, and Neurons, what the neurons, and in here, I would like to give detailed information about this term. I try to give I try to give information about the briefly. I guess my presentation is very long and going to about give information about I try to give detailed information about especially the graduate for the graduate students. You know, next days deep learning is a very important subject for the big data analysis, and it will cover our life daily by daily, and very important. I guess it's my opinion. I am sorry for vagueness, and I will give detailed information. You know, neuron in the basic biology terms, and neurons sense and electrical signals across their axons from dendrites to one end. These signals are then passed to another neuron. These processes are transmitted through the nervous system, allowing information to be transmitted to the brain. Similarly, neurons in artificial neural networks carry the information they receive the other neurons. Thus, it enables the system to learn the output data according input values. And you know, network, they are graph structure in which neurons are connected to each other. Layer, they are groups of neurons of different levels. Artificial neural networks consist of 3 main layers. These are respectively input layer, the data coming to the system as input takes place in this layer. In this layer, it transfers the input data to the next layer, the hidden layer, without making any change. Hidden layer, it is the layer where the data is transferred. Learning happens in this layer. Output layer, output values that the system wants to learn according to the input data are located here. This is where the system output is taken. The activation function, it is the unit that decides whether the information coming to the neuron will be transmitted to the next neuron. Feed-forward network, it is the process in which the data received from the input layer is transmitted to the hidden layer and output layer respectively. Feedback network, it is the process of transmitting the error back to the input layer with backward propagation by looking at the error rates between the output values obtained with the feed-forward network and the actual system output. The shape of a basic artificial neural network is given in here. You can see the basic structure in here. Then we continue. The activation function, the other functions, these are the functions in which the input is processed with certain weight and base values. In this step, functions such as addition and multiplication are selected. The other functions that can be used are given in table below. The most commonly used functions in weighted addition in here, you can see. And I would like to ask to, can you download this file? I shared in this screen. Can you download? And I am waiting your answers. hey guys, I asked the questions and I didn't ask. I didn't take my answers. And we continue to our study transfer function in here. And you can see these examples is very nice and useful for the graduate students. And multi-classification, you can see in here. Then multi-classification deep learning example in here. Applications. Can you explain the neural networks, the main property? What is the main feature of the neural networks? Neural networks, you know, contain one or three hidden layers. Differently, deep learning includes the three or more hidden layers. Because of you know, the big data is very big data, and we have to need any time and analyze correctly. We have to need to much more hidden layer, and deep learning use the much more hidden layer in here, and especially analyzing of the big data, the deep learning is preferred. And the next days, I guess deep learning studies are very research by the scientists and researchers, and it's very important subject. And in this class, we decide to give this lecture in here. You need a computational power, air ticket problem in here, and air ticket price prediction application, and to find the historical data of ticket price due to large number of possible combinations of airports and departure dates. We need a very large list of tickets in here, you can see. And how can we reduce the cost function in here? You know, the cost function is very important during the analyze, during the optimizing process. The gradient descent works by changing the weight in small increments after each dataset iteration by calculating the derivative or gradient of the cost function on a given set of weights. We can see in which direction the minimum is. To minimize the cost function, you have to iterate through your dataset many times. That's why you need a large amount of computational power. Weights are automatically updated using gradient descent. That's the magic of deep learning. Once we have trained our artificial intelligence, our fair price and prediction and minimizing the error rate, we can use the predict feature price in here. And summary, deep learning uses artificial neural networks to mimic animal intelligence. There are three types of neural layers in neural network: input layer, hidden layer, and hidden layers, and output layer. Connections between neurons are associated with a weight that determines the importance of the input value. Neurons use activation function on the data to standardize the output from neuron. A large data set is needed to train the neural network. Iterating through the data set and comparing the outputs will produce a cost function that shows how far the artificial intelligence is from the actual outputs. After each iteration in the data set, weights between neurons are adjusted using gradient descent to reduce the cost function in here. Deep learning and data sets examples in here. How can we use the data sets and deep learning? And Chinese whisper clustering algorithm. You know, Chinese letters very different from the Latin letters. You know, these examples Chinese whisper clustering and unsupervised learning algorithm is used in here, meaning it can be used for natural language processing problem without the need for detailed knowledge of the language. Language separation part of the speech tagging, word sense induction are some of the usage areas. As the name suggests, it was inspired by the word of Moth children's game that everyone knows. The purpose of the algorithm is to simulate the cluster of the people saying the same things to each other. TV use weight and undirected graphs for this purpose, and CV applications in here. And you can see the algorithm structure in here. And usage areas of deep learning. The usage areas artificial neural networks and deep learning is very similar. And the main difference is we just only use the deep learning in big data, controls and system identification, image and sound recognition, prediction and failure prediction, failure analysis, medicine, communication, traffic, production management. We can use the deep learning in these areas. And autonomous vehicles. Deep learning is the most used discipline in artificial intelligence, which is perhaps the main component of autonomous vehicles. Thanks to computer vision, images are given as input to deep learning models, and these models are used in processes such as detecting traffic lights, calculating the speed of nearby vehicles, or detecting traffic signs. Aerospace and defense. With deep learning, certain features can be detected from the image from the satellite, or safe, unsafe zones can be determined from tropes, face recognition systems. Thanks to deep learning, human face can be detected from previously captured images or live videos. Artificial neural networks are mainly used in areas such as diagnosis, classification, prediction, control, data association, data filtering, and interpretation. And you can see the in here and summary. What is deep learning? What do artificial neural networks do? What is deep learning used in many areas, from autonomous vehicles to face recognitions, recognition systems, from disease diagnostics to natural language processing models. It is used in many areas, from autonomous vehicles to facial recognition systems, from disease diagnosis to natural language processing models in here. Thank you for attention. Can you, I can take your questions about these presentations. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions, dear friends? Tabii ki, buyurun. Tabii ki, ne demek, buyurun. Evet, bağlantıda kopukluk oldu. Evet, kusura bakmayın. Buyurun, sorunuzu alabilir miyim? Esasında 1950'li yılların sonlarında Şöyle bir şey var. Esasında machine learning uygulamalarının artmasıyla birlikte esasında ben bu konuyu Ercan Hoca'yla da konuşmuştum. Buradan kulaklarını da çınlatalım hocamızın. 2013-2014 senesinde bir sempozyum sırasında hocamızla da konuşmuştum. Hatta demiştim yani Ercan Hoca'ya, neural network konusu çok önemli bir konu. Daha da ele alınması, özellikle veri madenciliği ve makine öğrenmesinin gelişmesiyle birlikte, yani o kısımlardaki boşluğun doldurulması için neural network'ün bir şekilde devreye girmesi gerekiyor. İşte big data olayı günümüzde iyice ortaya çıkmasıyla birlikte, yani machine learning olayıyla birlikte deep learning'de bu eksikliği tamamlamak üzere. Esasında deep learning neural network'ün bir türevi. Yani tek farkı gizli katmandaki katman sayısının fazla oluşu, layer'lı. Evet. Hı hı. Peki sizin burada yapay zekadan kastetmiş olduğunuz şey neydi? Efendim? Yani makinenin, evet. Peki sizce nasıl olması gerekiyor? Ya da sizin öneriniz ya da sizin görmüş olduğunuz eksiklik nedir? Buradaki platformda yok önemli. Efendim? Evet, buyurun dinliyorum. Hı hı. Hı hı. Evet. Peki ben de şuradan size bir şey söyleyebilir miyim? Anladım. Çok teşekkür ederim. Bir şey daha söyleyebilir miyim? Bu öğrenme esnasında biz bir takım iterasyonlar kullanıyoruz. Burada kullanmış olduğumuz her bir iterasyon esnasında bir simülasyon parçasıdır diyebilir miyiz? Yani sonuca ulaşmadığını test ediyoruz ve daha sonra tekrar iterasyona devam ediyoruz. Yani en uygun öğrenme düzeyini bulana kadar. Buradaki belirtmiş olduğumuz ya da buradaki işlem basamaklarının her biri ayrı birer bağımsız simülasyon olarak ifade edilebilir mi ki acaba? Evet. Hı hı. Belki şöyle de diyebiliriz. Yani daha fazla iterasyonla, daha detaylı, daha az hata payıyla öğrenme ortamının sağlanması çalışılabilir belki. Bu arada isminizi öğrenebilir miyim? Evet. Hangi bölümde? Çok güzel, çok güzel. Çok güzel.
Hocam ben Suat, bir yorum yapabilir miyim arkadaşımızın sorusuyla ilgili?
Tabii ki Suat.
Aslında burada şöyle bir durum var. Hani ben de genelde bu konuları incelediğim zaman genel bir zekaya ihtiyaç olması tamam bir gerçeklik, ama bunun için insan vücuduna benzer bir vücut da tasarlanması lazım. Örneğin bir mutfak robotunun merdiven çıkması gerekmiyor. Veya da bugün yük taşıması gereken mesela örneğin Dynamics'in robotları var. Bunların insana benzer özelliklerin hepsini yapamıyorlar. Sadece spesifik alanda geliştikleri için genel bir zekaya ihtiyaç duymuyorlar. Aslında zeka insan vücuduyla beraber de gelişen bir şey. Yani şöyle düşünün, genel bir zekayı yapabilmek için genel bir de vücudu yapmak lazım. Aynı insan vücuduna benzer. Merdiven çıkabilecek, çünkü biz dünyayı kendimize göre şekillendirdik. Yani kendimize göre merdivenler yaptık. Genel zekalı bir robotun tekerlekleri olursa o merdivenleri çıkamayacak. Burada sorun biraz da genel bir vücut tasarımını hala yapamamış olmamız.
Evet. Evet, teşekkürler Suat. Kerem'e de sorusundan ve dersi ilgili bir şekilde dinlediği için teşekkür ediyorum. Herhalde ilerleyen günlerde yine üniversitemizin yaz okulu gerekse yüksek lisans programları, lisans eğitim programlarına başarılı bir şekilde devam edeceğinden eminim. Evet Kerem, sana da teşekkür ediyorum. Suat, sana da teşekkürler, sağ olun. Evet, başka sorunuz var mı arkadaşlar? Ayrıca önerilerinizi alabilir miyim? Çünkü sizin önerileriniz çok değerli bizim için. Önümüzdeki günlerde, önümüzdeki yıllarda yine gerçekleştireceğimiz yapay zeka yaz okulu için önerileriniz var mı? Nasıl olmasını istersiniz? Neleri önermek istersiniz? Evet, can I ask a question about suggestions of the feature of summer school artificial intelligence summer school suggestions? I would like to ask your suggestions about the feature of the artificial intelligence summer school or workshops programs. Do you have any questions and any suggestions about the subject? Evet arkadaşlar, zannedersem hiçbirinizin önerisi yok. Oysa ki önerilerinizi bekliyorum. Sizin önerileriniz bizim daha ilerleyen günlerde daha iyi gelişmesine, daha olumlu katkılar sağlayacağından eminiz. Evet, bekliyoruz önerilerinizi. Evet. Evet, evet. Evet. Evet, onu da bilmek lazım. Yani aynen. Uygulamadan önce teorik bilgiyi bilmemiz de evet. Aynen. Aynen. Evet. Evet. Tabii ki. Evet. Hı hı. Uygulaması çok güzel oldu. Evet. Özellikle ben uygulama örneklerine slaytta yer vermeye çalıştım. Bilmiyorum slaytı indirebildiniz mi? Eğer indirdiyseniz faydalı olacağını düşünüyorum. Paylaşılan slaydı indirebilme imkanı var galiba bu Google Meet'ten. Eğer isterseniz de yine e-mail atarsanız da yine gönderebilirim, paylaşabilirim sizlerle de. Evet, eğer herhangi bir sorumuz, önerimiz, evet Kerem, önerin için çok teşekkürler. Önümüzdeki yılki organizasyonda bu önerini dikkate alacağız. Önce teorik ve daha sonra uygulama. Özellikle uygulama gerekiyor. Basit örneklerle, basit problemlerle birlikte çözüm şeklinde daha faydalı ve bilginin daha kalıcı bir şekilde öğrenilmesini sağlayacağından eminim. Evet, derse katıldığınız için, sabırla beni dinlediğiniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum hepinize. Hepinize iyi akşamlar, iyi çalışmalar. Evet, dersi bitiriyorum arkadaşlar. İyi akşamlar.
İyi akşamlar. Teşekkür ederim.
İyi akşamlar. İyi akşamlar. İyi akşamlar.